There we go. You made it over. Thank you. Appreciate you and your patience. It seems like things are working better now. I don't have random boxes all over the stream. Um, I don't know what's going on with my internet, but it seems to be fixed. So yeah, sorry for like blasting people's inboxes with multiple going live notifications on a Sunday morning before they've gotten 2 emails from me before 7 a.m. Pacific time. Yeah, I'm gonna keep going. But yeah, stock list is something I want to make a symbol of. I feel like I should fix a couple things like fixed height. So this is all gonna be managed from the CMS. curl.com. I think I'm gonna want another data point. Oh, edit, you dummy. There we go. Text, so website, vanity. So what that's gonna be is in case there's like any sort of like deep link with like it's well within the site. That way I can just keep the URL clean and what's displayed, but then have the link be something very specific. I don't think there's any way of like dynamically chopping things off. I know you can limit the characters, but that's not going to do any good. I mean, what I could do is put a number in here and have a custom field that pulls the character chop from that number, but then I'm like left counting characters. It's like always like different ways of doing things. It's just how dumb do I want to be about it? Just thinking like what else? Surfboard, let me put it in here. Surfboard stock list. I want it like from a shaper. Yeah. Nope. Who's another shaper? I mean, I was albums kind of like the standard for some reason. I mean, I know why. The stuff's beautiful. I'd like to have like a curious about this. Be nice to do a like a locator. Phone number is another good data point. I don't know why I didn't think about that. I do have that there. Shit. Smartest man alive, right? Fuck no. Uh, let's just put T stock list phone. Add a little bit of padding on here. Data from phone number. Question is, do I want this to expand? This. Keep checking. It's like one of these will be right. There we go. This text needs to get website vanity. The link is going to be from the URL, opens a new tab. Oh, other thing to think about is I wonder if I create a reference to what's it called? It can be product specific, and then it's easy to manage. Of yeah, this shop has either all boards or it has some boards or it has, I guess, whether or not they have categories. I feel like because like if it's apparel, if it's merch, it's accessories. I feel like that's going to be all D2C though. So we won't need a stock list of like who's carrying t-shirts, like fucking matter. I guess it's just boards. But it's one of those things like going forward, are there going to be items that other places are going to carry? Or do I just want to cross that bridge when I get there? Oh, not me. All right, whatever. I think it's good how it is. Um, I think this would actually be link out though. There we go. Um, yeah, so this is, I mean, this is getting crazy. Like the amount of shit that's going on in this viewport, like the sticky nav going over the top, all the different panels. You got the pin lines from the gallery, and I'm ready to add. So these are like the featured shops, and then like the secondary shops. I think what I want to do is probably separate these. Is this? I'll create a symbol of the grid, and then create a symbol of this, so I don't have to have them both all at the same time. Like I don't think I'm gonna want images on the detail page. So chocolate. I can bring this onto the detail page, products page. So this is the images, just so I can get a sense of flow. Lighter. Oh, no, I had it right. Threw me off. Just because I clicked on the empty state. So stock list. I don't want that in the div though. And so I'll need to create like a contact form that'll be universal. About stock list. So intro specifications. I don't know if I can cover off on that all here. I think this does need though. Vertical. Right, 100%. These tags are not legible. This is the problem with Arial. If I'm actually going to stick to Arial, it's like, it's more weight. But I think there's like a full Arial family I have. Let's see. But I kind of like the non-design design. That's right, someone made Arial grotesque. I don't know how I feel about it. It's not bad. I definitely quite like it. I don't think I like it for what I want. Like, I don't know. It's such a bold move to create your own version of like a system font that everyone has. Everyone knows a certain way. And you just want to do your own thing? I don't know. This line height's got to come down if I want to get this overlap. Padding. Problem is this specification is not product accurate because there's a ton. Which, I don't know, that could look kind of cool. Just listing out a ton of different dimensions. Because it's really like a melding of so many different worlds of like brutalist, technical, punk, uh fuck, I don't know what else. With a like sprinkling of class. I don't know, we're not trying to fool ourselves. This is not gonna be like the classiest establishment. It's gonna be on like the premium side of like the products, but that's because the boards just serve really fucking well, not because we're buttoned up around the edges. Dockless. This also lets me drop the HTTPS. I'd find the exact store, but I think that store is gone now. Just crazy. Would it be like mollusk? I think that's how you spell it. This would be the website. Trust me, I did not put Adobe as the sample URL. That's not. Don't like Adobe that much. Stuff like it's a great feature that they have like auto populate, but I wish you could like put some like make it client relevant or relevant. Fuck. Because there's been some where I just put like sample content in for the Tavarua website, and it was just like 5 tips for graphic designers, and like, why is this the default shit with like this unsplash I don't know. It was just not a good look, and it was not an accurate representation. So then I had to like go back and modify all the sample stuff, and it's like that's not making my life easier. Ah, looks like we got some drop frames. Nice. 25% over the last 2 minutes. Holy shit. That's a lot. I apologize. I don't know what's going on with the old internet today. Stream went down earlier, so if you got 2 emails and you're here now, thanks for seeing through it. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. It happened last time too when was streaming. So what like I can do is just add in like a board detail page, or it's going to be like a contact. This is probably like a good test of where's the fuck is their contact? Just don't. Oh my god. Infinite scroll for the win. I can't get to the fucking contact. Oh my god. I need more coffee or something. Or Snickers or something. I'm not myself. Here, Venice Beach. Oh, I wonder if I should have done that before. Like if I set character caps and then did the auto generate sample content, if it would have to put it within the character caps. Didn't think about that. They don't even put their shop. I'm just trying to get as much real data in here as possible. I don't want to get caught with my pants down. Like anything. I just need to keep moving on this project. I don't have time to fuck around with anything. So I think I need to rename this. Also create out of here. I don't know, this window's too big. So it's sort of this is the second line, right? Yeah, address 2. So if you create conditional visibility, so address 2 is set. This just keeps it cleaner. Like if you don't end up using that data point, it just hides it. Makes things easier. What I need to bring in from the home page. Of course, with anything on here, if you have questions about unrelated stuff, get at me. I kind of need to keep moving with this decent amount. So I'm trying to talk less, but I find myself just rambling. And it's always weird at the end of the day to think that I'm just talking to myself. I mean, talking to other people, but like, there's no one here. I think my neighbors think I'm fucking crazy though. Kind of funny. Because there's windows right here and like you could see down. And then like, or the windows open. And it's just like, oh man. This guy's just. And then plus I talk really loud because I have noise canceling headphones on. So the girlfriend comes over. It's just like I have like conference like meetings and stuff like that. She can hear every last word. So if I'm on a secret project, I'm fucked because her and probably the neighbors are all gonna know about it. So if you want to tell me secret stuff when I got my headphones on, I don't know if I advise it. Wait, where the fuck did this come from? What are you doing here? Oh, that's the media. I don't think I need that. I just want stock list. I'm trying to keep it really consistent. Although, fuck. So I didn't specify class for this, so this would be T subsection sub. So T is always copy, so or text. This is where like the nomenclature gets slightly confusing or unfortunate, however you want to put it. But now I got to go through and just update. So if you do like keyboard shortcuts in Webflow are mandatory. So I did name it, but nothing meaningful. Story of my life. It's all good. Yeah, I'm liking the overlap as a thematic thing. And this is, I mean, like, yeah, the Hello World stuff I was talking about earlier. Like that art direction never went anywhere. Like that whole thing just died on the vine, so to speak, or whatever the fuck it's called. Wow, that's strange. Ooh, what was that? Getting wobbly. Something's too wide. This, it's probably this. This is, no. Yeah, it is 97 because it's. I have like a whole thing to resolve with margins on this, but it's also like if I keep this big honking scroll bar, but I need to stay on task and figure this out. And so the thing with this, I was messing around with like data scroll mid, so you can set like where, like if you have an anchor link content, like where does it go in the viewport? Does it defaults to the top, but you can set data, it's data dash scroll equals mid for custom attribute, and it'll scroll the top of the div to the middle of the window, but I can't remember why it doesn't work as well. There's some edge case where there's no way around. Like I think it's like computing the height of things that are like variable height. I don't know. There's a reason for it. So that's where I have all these like weird excessive padding with margins to compensate. Again, take advice from me with a grain of salt. You wonder if these could go. Kind of nice. Hmm. Never. T sticky. I mean, it's like nav title. It's link title. So this is like, I've heard you're supposed to start abbreviating these so you keep the length down. Is it at scale? Like if it has to scan more characters, I've heard it'll slow it down to some capacity. I don't know how really accurate that is. I don't know if I'm gonna keep that. I don't know if like I'm gonna keep this spanned either. If I was going back and forth on the stream last time about keeping this all center aligned because this whole thing is center aligned, so it kind of makes sense, but I just can't. I have such beef with center align. I almost never do it. But that's what all the kids are doing these days, so it's like, do I just stop fighting it? Grow up a little bit? We get some overlap on this. Get out of there, you stupid tag. Yeah. I mean, just like these little overlaps, I think go a long way. This anchor nav, I don't think that's the moment for it. I think this goes back to Arial for now. It might shift back. I do want to animate this. I got to get the pattern seamless. It works horizontally, but I think when you scroll or like stack it vertically, it doesn't pattern correctly. You can see it here. Like I just have to crop it a little bit differently. But I like it's just like I have on the where to put it here. Like, ooh, interesting. I didn't know that was gonna swap. Hmm. I mean, I'm gonna want it consistent. I think this is gonna turn to a black bar. There's just not much of a scroll on here. Actually, there's no scroll. I don't know why it's displaying that right now. Daniel, how you doing, man? Love and Layout, is the store going to be hosted on Webflow, or will you convert it over to something like Shopify? So this is going to be on Webflow. I haven't converted anything to Shopify before. I didn't. Is there a workflow to do that? I'd be really curious because I have a friend, Tyler. I don't know if you're here or not. You're up pretty early. I don't think there's waves up in Ventura, is there? But he like his business is set up on Shopify. There's so many integrations on Shopify that he's just never gonna move off of that. I mean, maybe never is not the right word. He's just it's a very tall ask for him to leave like all the shipping integrations and I don't know. There's a lot of things he has going on in the back end, which Webflow um, just doesn't offer. And I'd love to be able to like talk to people like, hey, you want Shopify? Like, we're gonna build this whole thing in Webflow and then migrate it out. I know you can export like a site. I don't know where that is. There's an export somewhere. I can't remember where it is. I don't know what's going on here. Oh, I think it's in settings or something. I'm not, like starting to think if I should systemize these marquees so it's easier to do and I don't have to like keep redoing it every time. So if I created like 3 data points and it just repeated 3 times, do something like I recommend manually converting it into liquid Shopify templating. Okay, yeah, so I don't know the Shopify language at all. Udisly? The no-code app to build any project. Use Webflow to design your project, convert it in seconds to Udisly. Create professional themes for Shopify. Interesting. Wow. What about what's about the little passive copy? You can build your own CMS content in Webflow and export it to the CMS you prefer. The app will automatically move the Webflow CMS content to Shopify, WordPress, or Notify without any compatibility issues. You lay out your design, its interaction. No limit to your design needs everything. Wow, so it'll keep all the, because I guess most of the interactions are CSS transformations. So that like as long as they can just export out that. No, there's some JavaScript in there. But this is crazy, man. Thank you for the heads up on this. I had no idea you could do this. The only thing I'm worried about is like you can migrate CMS. You can migrate the content that's populated from the CMS, but you can't. You'll have to like. I don't know if Liquid. No. I'm just thinking like CMS, like for a store. So for something that's like fully powered by CMS, how that translates. Because I'm not worried about like the actual content migrating. It's just all the connections and all that stuff. Sunshine, export Wi-Fi. Huh. No, this is cool though, man. CMS needs redoing. Products are to be made in Shopify based on layout specified and same for articles and similar. Okay. I mean, super useful. At least it's an option. Like, I kind of had a thought in the back of my mind of like exporting out to some of these other platforms because I mean, should be modifiable code, but I never really looked into it. That's great, man. Thank you for the heads up. But to answer your question, no, haven't haven't done that. I do want to add this to my reading because this could be something. Tyler, if you're here, man, maybe we need to talk. So back to the product page. I just wonder, so he sent me, there's like a whole series of dimensions. Why is the height? What is, oh, this is, I wonder if it calls Dan's notes or something. Like bring him as a personality in subtly. I've been trying to use this outline, but I just run into problems. I find like if you have a lot of outlines playing together, like I guess the offset's supposed to help. If I set this outline as 1, wouldn't it be 1? -1? Nope. 0? 0. But this is shot. Based on the light bender. Oh shit. I wonder if we're gonna need like, really don't want to do rich text. We might have to. Fuck. And this is definitely not working. And there's so many problems with that right now. All of it. How many does he list? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's kind of heavy. Huh. They're padding. That's kind of a lot to just like dump on people up front. I like the fact that it's technical, but I feel like there's got to be a better way of doing it. I mean, ignore the design, the fact that it's looking like this. The fuck? Where's that padding coming from? They're fixed height. I don't understand why. That's really it. It's like, why is not 100%? I don't know. I really don't. I do need to create these data points regardless, though. I think of the best way to do it. It's a lot of data, and to use seems really stupid to do. It's almost like I need to embed another collection module and have like a separate EMS for each dimension. Because otherwise I'm going to eat up all my connections for the product page. I think that's going to have to be the way to go. Board dimensions. How am I going to do this? So this would be text, length. Width. Because I'm an idiot and I have to do stupid things. The question is, do I create all the variability? I don't think I do. I don't create all the different, like, the 8 different combinations of it, or if I just create a reference so I can always tie it. Product connection. I'll call it link. Products. Save field. Create. This is called dimensions. I don't know what else this will apply to. So if I need to do add new dimension, where is it? So I guess whatever I have for glider, let's just call it like glider 1. And I wonder if there's custom characters I can sub for some of these. Don't want that. I'll just all right. I know CMS collections are not the most exciting thing to do. Swear we'll do more design stuff soon. This is just kind of the groundwork shit, you know. But if you're doing Webflow, e-commerce stuff, I mean, maybe it's interesting. Or if you want to learn how to do Webflow, I think if you're designing, it's helpful not to be dependent on anyone. That's independent creative. At least, like, as much as you can reduce dependencies, I think the better. And maybe I'm just cynical, but this is how I feel. Mentions. Then comments. Oh, why? I wish it would just give me the option, just like it's like please break everything. I get it. I can't do it. So break them for me instead of making me go find every single like conditional visibility, like this would be length. This would be, oh come on. I'm gonna, this would be width. Thickness. So get rid of all of these. And so right now this is going to pull everything in. So product spec, I also need to make this so it doesn't wrap. There's a bad joke in there somewhere. Pretend I make it, no wrap. It's so fucking cold in here still. So I can just make sure to create a filter that product link equals current product. So because I'm on the speed egg, there's nothing. If I go to glider, yeah, shows up. I want to see. This is the font. They don't have a character specimen. Don't. They would have. I'll open Font Lab. So what I did is, yeah, the main font I'm using is MS Mincho. I think is predominantly a like I think it's like a Japanese and Chinese font. I was talking about it last stream. You could find some spicy fonts in like the English characters of these fonts, and this has always been one I had my eye on. Like, fuck it, why don't I just use it? Let me see. Show you what I'm looking at. Just real fast, configure Stream Deck. Okay. So, see if this switches. Yeah, it's gonna switch. So I cut out, I think 12,000 characters from the font, which is crazy. But I'm looking like if they have like a half sort of like combined symbol or something that's like a little cleaner, so it's not like 1/2. I don't think it'll come up. No. Half. Hey, 1/2. So if I just, I'll come back. Wait, where are we? Let's go. Chrome. Think it worked? Yeah. So if you don't have Font Lab, another good application is, I mean, you can't, I don't think you can make fonts, but you can inspect all the characters, and I think you can do all sorts of like exporting. I had to clean up. The reason why I got Typelite is what it's called, is for cleaning up some of the naming tables. I haven't been doing it as much lately. There's some fonts where they just somehow fucked up the naming tables, and so some fonts, they don't show up in some applications. Like I have fonts that show up in Sketch but don't show up in Figma, and then they don't show up in any Adobe software. It's really great. Super great. Let's see if I can make this. I wonder if this is gonna bark at me. Nope. Oh. Save. Nice. Works. I think problem I'm having is it this outline? Oh yeah. I was like trying to compensate for the height. I was like, why the fuck is this still happening? So this I want to so L dimension, PDP dimension. And I won't duplicate. I feel like I should just do everything on one board real fast. So now I can manage everything for the glider. And it's, I guess there's different ways of doing it. I could have like dimensions for glider and then have, problem is I'm limited to 30 fields. And with that would only cover 10 models. Whereas the version I have, it's scalable. It's like, I don't know, pros and cons to each. You can do it both ways. But yeah, I think I'm gonna keep it as is. I'm just gonna populate some of the if I duplicate 6. Oh shit, there's all sorts of fractions. I think I just destroyed my own idea. All that effort. It really wasn't that much effort though. It's okay. Random chat for, or question for anyone who's here in chat. What do you guys use for looking for apartments? Like, do you use Zillow? Do you use Craigslist? What's the other one I was looking at? Apartments.com. Curious. Ah, see, this is annoying. Hmm. Well, I mean, this is part of, I mean, learning the hard way. Like what the realities are of the data set I have to work with. Like, it was a nice idea for this stuff to work. I mean, maybe there's a full fraction set, or I go in and I build it, which I would most definitely prefer not to do, but I think it could be a nice touch. Of course, I quit Font Lab, so I don't know at this point. Got a couple more. Hang tight. Lo siento. 610. 1. And the fact that there are some that are just like no fraction. Yeah, there's dimensions that are just like have no fraction. So like this whole variable with a mono font especially, like it's just gonna sort of exacerbate my problems. Getting there. I don't know why, maybe it's just me, but like doing this sort of stuff is cathartic. Especially if I'm in art direction mode. Don't put these dashes. Those dashes that I already pasted in though. Same. YouTube chat is at least 2/3 from EU. Yeah, maybe I'm asking the wrong questions about apartment hunting. All good. See, I'm learning all sorts of shit this morning. Federico, I mean, shit, seriously, I mean, you're keeping the stream from going off the rails at least 3 times this morning. I can count directly, so good looking out, man. 2 and 7/8. Okay, so we have all of our data points. The other thing I was thinking of too is huh? I just never updated it. Okay. Six, 6, 610, 7 foot, 7 2. It's like, yeah, why are there's like one that's updated, but it's like, did I not do it? No. Okay. The other thing is creating a sort order. Sort. What's gonna have the easiest sort? I don't think this is gonna work. Yeah, because 610 is gonna. I might have to manually specify. More data point. I hate doing this too. I really want to find if there's a way. There's got to be another attribute I can use to do this, because if I then move one, or probably gonna end up being me, is gonna have to like redo all of them or shift them all by one, which I don't want to do. There's all these dashes in here too. Are you thinking of moving? Yeah. Yeah. Not far though. I think I'm gonna stay in the same area. Part of me wants to like, I've been bugging the girlfriend to move to like Seattle or the Pacific Northwest where it rains all the time. So I love that. But I don't think that one's gonna happen. I wonder if height, width, or like going back to Hawaii now that I wouldn't be going solo. But yeah, Zillow's kind of where I've been looking. There's like apartments.com, but yeah, I guess if everyone's international, that's probably a dumb assumption on my part. I've stayed in this place for 2 years. That's like an eternity for me. So I'm gonna have like an office. I'm really hoping to get something with a good amount of space, so I can like set up stuff. I don't have to have my bed in the same room. Like my girlfriend got me a chair for my birthday. It was like an accent chair I'd been looking at. But I didn't do the homework to see if it was logistically possible. And I know that probably sounds crazy, but I literally didn't have room for a chair in my apartment. So I had to send it back. It's really sad. How do I'd like to have like a full length inline. I mean, I'm starting to definitely like how this is coming together with the font. I think the pairing's working well. I don't know if Arial's gonna end up being the end. It's nice it's a system font. I don't have to worry about licensing or anything. It's kind of like the no fucks given sort of font, like the non-design font. The other thing I'm thinking about too is like when this becomes actual data, this is probably going to change the layout quite a bit. What I need to do, stock list, get rid of these, and just duplicate some of the existing, or the ones that are closer. Duplicate. For, I should probably just call them real things. What else do we got? I kind of want to keep this. So the height should be a little bit of math here. So now I'm starting to compute things with that nav bar, or the scroll bar. So I think I'm committed to it at this point. I don't have to do. So if I want it to be square, it's going to be 90, like 96 divided by 4. I thought it was going to be a little tougher math than that. That's a bit much. What about a 2x1 rectangle? Doesn't fit. Really? Not sure I understand why there's... It's all relative percentages. Hmm. Oh, maybe it's not going to be a nice, neat proportion. Be somewhere in the middle. But this should keep it proportionate by setting the height to a percentage of the width. So this whole thing, PDP dimensions. So I have to think about like t-shirts and other stuff, how that's going to live within the same system. Because the less, what I could do is have like entirely different product cards, which I don't want to do. If I can just do like conditional visibility and be smart about this, I can reduce a lot of work. So this badge right here, model badge, I'll set this to conditional visibility. Category is boards. So this is a boards exclusive thing, which will hide. So if I know this is going to do this, max height should be 75 view height. Although it's not working. Cool. Oh, that's because it's the model badge. Why? Well, I guess it's, yeah, it's less than that. No, I can't do that. Maybe what I'll have to do is have it condense and then set a min height. But that's, I'm getting ahead of myself right now. The glider was the one with the images. VDEC. I feel like it'd be good to have him, like a video of him talking about it. Where would that live? Oh, so this whole thing. This is all the dimensions, so also conditional visibility. No, that is not what that says at all. I think it needs a parent div. So this can have conditional visibility of... Well, I guess I can just do category boards, do the same thing. It's probably the easiest. And then categories does not contain custom. Because custom are going to be like one-off boards, so it'll be within the boards category, but the custom, yeah, I think that makes sense. Yep, so that still shows up. I really got to figure that out too, but if that's the right place. This is where like I'm like kind of stepping back at the same time of like bouncing in between like the data within and then the kind of overall content while trying to design it. It's a weird process, I know. this becomes you have all the board pictures. You have him talking about it. Again, like this is the standard right now for boards. So there's like literally like nothing to go off of how people want to talk about it. I guess they do have some additional content to it. I feel like there's a lot left to be desired. Oh. Some of the illustrators Lost works with are crazy. This is so wild. Just like so underwhelming. Like I just want to see more details. Like look how crazy this fucking page is. So much art that goes into boards, so that's also something that needs to be like played up a little bit. Also care about the volume calculator. This is interesting. I think something like this could be worth looking at. There's so many things that go into like how people buy boards. So this is, I mean, I'm really thinking out loud as I'm talking about this. I mean, stock list is clearly one. Contact is clearly another. Yeah. I don't have a contact form created yet. And this is like something I thought about with this. So if you haven't seen it in action, like, although the top bar doesn't make the switch. This is kind of like an SEO play. I can write whatever I want down here. I want to like do some fun, random, weird stuff with this. I think there's a lot of opportunity here. So I think like yeah, I think a video needs like it's very interesting because there's going to be stock models which are technically like no art on them whatsoever. And then there's going to be like we want to show like the range of art on these boards at the same time. I'm just looking at this too of like why is this so crazy? I have a light box in here, but I don't. The light box um, in Webflow is just awful. And one thing I also need to do, I'm looking at how to do it for another project, is how you can lock the background. I think it's just like a simple JS solution. You just have to like, I don't know, like your triggers for the overlays just have to have certain class names, and then the clothes have to have certain class names. But you see, like I don't even see like a close. How the fuck do I get out of here? Let's escape. Um, almost like, does it become a horizontal scroll? And you fit it all into one viewport. And then you zoom. I kind of like just like the simple scroll. Just thinking. Okay. I think I'm thinking sort of like I think the idea of him talking about boards is a good idea. But it also gives, where'd that just go? It gives me a way to shoot more video, do more color grading. See PDP and notes. So we will need a video. I'd love to do like a background video, but I think it's gonna have to be just from like YouTube. Searching for like surf shaper. Whatever. Title. I don't remember that. Oh yeah, maybe I'll do some video grading too at some point. Yeah, this is a better idea to power by the CMS. I don't think I've really done that before. Is there a video already? Nope. Video link, Dan's notes. Ordering. Not. Problem I'm having. How do these subheads live within this product content? Hmm. I'm so confused. Oh, we want this horizontal. Oh, because there's fixed width on this. I guess I don't need to force the width on there. Actually, I think this is C subsection media. This will scroll over that and clear it. That's part of the system. Although I think this is a little subsection text PDP, a little bit aggressive. I'm curious of this now. Oh, okay. So that padding is like creating the balance. I feel like there's a better way of doing that. Okay. I want this to be tabs, 35 view height. And this I can also set. So I don't like using these collection items for anything of like naming because there's certain functionality that just can't can't do conditional visibility on those, so it's kind of a wash. In the wild is set. PDP hero images. Oh no. Not that one. This one. Already had it. Oops. How did that do that? Maybe I need to set the how do I fix this? Oh, well, there won't be any boards without dimensions, but this won't be a problem. I just haven't put them in yet. This section. Oh, that just earned me a horizontal scroll. Love it. I wonder if I just make like 3 different columns of different images, like process to make it, additional angles, customer boards. It'd be kind of cool having like so many scrollable elements. Might also suck. I don't know. Got the video in here, Dan's notes. So this is too much negative margin. Problem is the hierarchy here. It's wrong. It's starting to feel messy. Cleaning up some of these alignments would be great, but you heard earlier I was talking about like it's so hard to control the height of this and keep the layout characteristics I want. I think glider is most. Add more images. This will be my different surf image. I mean, the other big thing I'm not even talking about or addressing right now is product options. This could be a big mind fuck. Like people, no one's cracked how to do custom boards online. It's almost like a whole separate flow. I don't know how much we want to get into that. I think options need to be there. The idea is we're trying to move stock boards for the most part. I think custom boards is a whole different thing. There's gonna that custom like board builder is gonna be a a conditional visibility mindfuck. How custom are custom boards? I mean, we can do anything. We can do like different amount of glassing. We can do like deck patches. We can do graphics. We can do. It's like, what sort of logo do you want? Do you want like the red badge with the black text? Do you want something custom to be made? Do you want like, I don't know what sort of design we could do. Like, I wonder if there'd be a way to. I mean, it's a really interesting exercise of like, it's like if we did like a resin swirl, but then had different colors for it. And so then the colors would then be conditional visibility to solid color layers set to like multiply in blend mode. So then we could apply different colors to like a foundational like um like a resin swirl or like a design of like 50-50. So like let's say we just have like the rails are one color. Could I create an SVG? I mean, it would have to be so specific to every board model too, which is crazy. Like it would probably like melt. It would melt my brain, that's for sure. But it would be cool. Like just having a bunch of boxes and then just have like your output. Because I think that's something that's even missing now. Like people are gonna have questions like, what are you buying right now? There's all these different sizes. I wonder if these are almost like product options. Like, did I just screw this up? And should these be product variations that you can then just select which one you want? Screwed up. Hmm. This is getting dicey. You want to do more like design stuff right now. I think like bogging down in the nuance and that kind of shit. I don't think that's of interest to most people, and it's kind of not for me right now. This horizontal scroll is just gonna kill me. Just start deleting shit. That's what I do. I'm curious what this is. Ah, it's the marquee for breadcrumbs. I don't know if I want to put breadcrumbs in here, if I want to leave it just like persistent hand shaped. Almost wondering too if it's like if it's left out of all of these page transitions. Page load in. So this is like what's but of course the blend mode just goes to shit. Oh no, it's because there's something on top. See my dramatic reaction for nothing. What is that? I think it's more about what this is. This is the content coming in. Is this what has a background? Interesting. Kind of interesting leading off with that. Hmm. Also underneath that now. Hmm. Overthinking things right now. I think I need to pick a lane of like, am I designing or am I just getting the framework all figured out? Do a little thing. This. Going in view. No smoothing. I found out like you can do a lot more like while scrolling animations if you remove smoothing. Isn't always great. Depends on the effect. Sometimes it really needs the smoothing. Sometimes I'll crank that up to like 90. But like, I can see. Got to set this to from top. That's how I'm getting that like expanding effect. Transform top with like 0 smoothing. But the ease like but the kind of way I'm getting around that a little bit is you can set a like the curve, the easing curve of the scale shift is happening on like an out quad. So it's kind of like it's easing through the easing curve. Sometimes things are like really interesting to me and so I say them out loud and I'm like, yeah, that's amazing you didn't pick up on that. I'm curious why nothing clickable here. What is this? This is the other problem with like having all of these very specific scroll positions is you get all this bleed over, and yet like this is where things just start getting weird. Say it. And like things start overlapping, and then you have like this crazy race for um like yeah, you just end up with like 2 million Z index, or at least I do. Probably not wise. So I want to convert this whole thing to a link block. Convert to div block. Convert the link block. Now these whole tiles are hoverable. What I can do, I think how I account for this. On hover. Two? I just don't want it to move things. I think if I set this as 0 to 1. Nope, moves it up. Annoying. Hmm. When in doubt, add more pin lines. Why not? I don't know if I really like that. What would be nice is if this box matches this. If I just go into here, so it's 16 pixels. Is that right? Well, I didn't specify. I did it by padding. I don't know. I think I need to stop doing that. And now that matches regardless of font size. Center this. But like this sort of like no transition, simple hover state type stuff. I don't know. I think it's interesting. Maybe I'll bring in more of this pattern. I don't know. Could always do like an interaction too and do something more elaborate, but see. Check the surf. Let's see if tide push is helping. Probably flat. Oh, no S bueno. Oh gosh. I don't know if anyone watched. Oh, you can't see my cursor. That's good. The pipe event yesterday. Like he's won this event 30 years apart. So crazy. Life's work always comes at a cost. Isn't that the truth? He was like oddly transparent about it. It's like, yeah, I hate a lot of this shit. Oh, never heard that out of you before. I'm really starting to think this has got to move. Just works so well down here is the only thing. It's just causing havoc and creating chaos everywhere else. I don't know. Sorry, I gotta stretch time to time. Getting old. Why are my marquees stopping? This was not happening. Let's publish what I got so far. Been 19 hours. PDP page. Wow. PDP page coming together. I think some of this like the cells and the pin lining, I think it works much better than it is on my personal site right now. I think I have to go back and take a lot of that off, as much as I don't want to work on that site anymore. I guess one thing I didn't really settle on is move this here. Still got the horizontal scroll. I guess I'll leave it in for now. Kind of. But now it's not. Sticky is what I want. There we go. I do think I need to this to the page load in. Class. Duplicate. Why did that take so long? It's on a 2-second delay? What the fuck is that about? I got the page transition hiding, and then the sticky nav transitions in. I don't know if it's worth doing the same scale effect on it. So I'll take a look. But my like kind of the system I have right now is it's gonna look weird because it's center or like transform origin. Yeah. I don't think it's gonna really fix much, but at least try it. So if I set the top, that's because the transform origin is technically right here because it's still 100% view height. So that's why it looks like it's moving down and you almost lose the effect. I don't think I'm gonna scale it. Scaling's been for images. I do not want to start applying it to text. I do, it's just like text is so variable in its height and the way the effect looks, it doesn't look as good as I was hoping it would. This delay, why is this? Yeah, here we go. I did see there's a way you can offset elements easily that are in like a, I don't know, that's one of the stuff that's CMS powered. I don't think you can do it if it's hard coded like these are. I don't think I want to get in the business of CMS powering these. I've done that before, and it's not what I want to do. This is see. I'm just thinking like where this starts. So if I have this linked to here, intro, I don't know if this is going to be able to. No, it is going to work. I did find like it becomes active when it crosses the middle point. So depending on sometimes if you use padding versus margin, you might find yourself with 2 active, which is really annoying, which I think I got figured out. Bitmonkey, morning, evening. I gotta stop assuming everyone's in the same time zone as me. It's really stupid. How are you doing? Bored to tears by my rambling? See where. Oh, this is in the wild. So this is the other problem. Like Dan's notes thing is on this product. Oh, where'd it go? This is not in the correct order. Dan's notes should be second. This just, I like the fact that it aligns perfectly, but I do not, there's a lot I don't like. A lot of chaos going on with this right now, but I swear I'll clean it up. Are you art director? Yes. I am an art, well, somewhere in that realm. I do a lot of art direction, I do branding. I kind of do everything, and I tried to recontextualize myself. The music in my ears is just awful right now. I'm sorry. To delete that from the playlist. Somehow this dubstep is still in this playlist. It was a phase. Yeah, I tried to make myself a creator and collaborator because I didn't like narrowing myself to photographer and art director. And it was like, I want to do more than that. I want to do like video color grading. I want to do, I don't know. I was like really stressing collaboration versus, because it's also about how you get seen from the outside of, like when you work with people, are you just like a vendor who's helping them actually or actualize their vision, or are you like an equal parts collaborator? So that's kind of a random tangent that you're not really asking for, but you're doing fine. It's good. How's your work and day going? I woke up at 3 in the morning for no reason, and I started streaming at 4 a.m. It's been interesting. It's already 8 and I've been streaming for about 4 hours. But I'm just working on this website. So I'm doing the design and development all at once, trying to think about content strategy at the same time. Um, is it working? Maybe. Don't know. Going okay. How about you? Are you working this morning, evening, wherever you are? So what I want to do, I don't know if this is going to work or not. It might be too wordy. Horizontal, don't wrap. So I can get the name of the product. Why is this wrapping? I guess it's too big. Let me make it smaller. Mm, hmm. Yeah, I don't think that's. I may want that. I don't think I need to keep saying speed egg. It's like right here. Okay. Um, I wonder if I create. Let's give this a try. What could possibly go wrong? Horizontal. Max height. Sure, it scrolls. Overflow. Auto. And clearly not quite working. Because the title is included. I pull the title out. I think the title needs to go here. What's that black? Oh, that's the scroll bar. Oh. I'm just trying to think of managing all these images. I don't know if this is a good solution, and I'll need to come up with a smaller. You come up with like an inline scroll bar. It's like half the size. I'm from India, by the way. Oh, nice. Been doing social media designs. Nice. What is the style of this website? I heard it's like brutalist design. Yeah, that's probably what I would call it. It's extra brutal this morning because there's a lot of things that are broken on top of it. And to do brutalist well, I think it needs to be very, very well thought out, I would say. Um, which I don't think it is. Excuse me. um, yeah, like the way this thing's sitting, I don't think that's quite gonna work. I don't know if it needs to move to the bottom or something. Yeah, there's a lot of like weird overlaps that are happening right now. All the pin lining and stuff, that's kind of like the brutalist style. I really don't know if this whole thing is gonna work. I want oh, so it is already. Hmm. Kind of interesting seeing images in a series all scale independently versus as a whole. Oh, that's interesting. If you have an overflow, if you scroll, it works. If you drag, it doesn't trigger it. But I bet if I scroll just a little bit, it recalculates. Very interesting. I don't think this is a solution I want to do. I think it looked a little better in my head. Um, it's kind of interesting, but yeah, there's so much going on. I think whatever the content is, it needs to be very simple, and I think it needs room to breathe. I think all of this stuff. So this would be video, PDP, and oops. I mean, do I really start in this? Height would be 16 divided by 9, 9 divided by 16.562. Can't calculate percentage of width. What I could do is, sorry, a little bit of math. Takes me a minute. 32.44. Didn't do it. Why? Strange. I would think this would adjust something forcing the height. I mean, it would be kind of cool to have a system where like the card sticks, this sticks as like the media for that section scrolls here. So then I can kind of have some structure. This needs to be bigger, obviously. It's going to compete with that. I think Dan and I need to talk about how we want to do these badges. Is it going to be clear enough where I can just rely on that? I don't know. Dimensions. So I'll have to figure out. Yeah, so this is like getting into some product questions, which I have to sit down with Dan the shaper and figure out how he envisions them, because he wants to have some base level models. Yeah, and how do you buy them? Can you customize them? Does it matter? Does price change when you select different heights? I think it would. But 610 to 7.6 might be the same blank, so it doesn't really matter. Oh, these are all things I don't know. Maybe I'll get off this PDP page. In terms of like roughing it out, actually I want to have this. So it's like, is this 25%? Whatever it needs to be. You could have this stick as these scroll through. But I mean, there's just so much going on. This is getting away from me. This isn't tied to the CMS right now, which is annoying. There was this. I should do that. You can see like the system kind of works a little bit better here. I really don't think this is, the more I look at it. I can't keep this dead center just for the sake of this. I could keep it at the bottom and have it stick at a different point. Dropping frames? Uh-oh. Am I getting, I'm not getting alerts about it. Says my quality is good. I was dropping frames a couple hours ago. It's dropping 25% of my frames for a while there. Let me know if that still happens and I can try and adjust if need be. I feel like I'm getting to a point now where I'm kind of spinning a little bit. I'd like to figure some of this stuff out, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to. Title, text block, meta, meta. What it is. Yeah, I think that's T meta meta as well. It is. Buffering a lot. Anyone else having that issue? Yeah, I don't know what I can do if I'm being entirely honest. I can definitely take a look at the bit rate. I think I can modify it. This. The logo. Is this? Oh, I don't remember what that is. Go. Why is the right edge of some components touching the scroll bar where some have padding? Yeah, so that's a great question. I added this in last night, and what I'm kicking around is whether or not it overlays. And so there's kind of like, what is the total width with and without it? So some of them have been updated, some of them haven't. I'm kind of like feeling it out without the overlay. I think the idea of it being the overlay is nice, but the problem is with this scroll bar, it's always at the top, which means it's always interacting with this logo, which I don't really like. I guess I could probably condense it down. I wonder if I do that. Can I do that? I don't know if I can do that. I don't even know this is the way to do that. Scroll bar thumb, hover. I don't think it is. I set units. Yeah. I mean, that would be if I think that might be weird too. Like having this bar sort of sit in the middle. It'd be kind of cool if it's done right, but yeah. That's sort of the issue I'm battling right now. And like why there's a 1 pixel It's like the logo's got 1 pixel extra. I don't know what that's about. Glad to hear the stream's going smooth for you though. I'll definitely like I've been having internet problems. I feel like I'm getting throttled or something. I really don't know. Yeah, even just moving this off the center feels because there's so much stuff already going on. I don't think I can handle this. I'm gonna turn it off for now. I visually don't look at it. Yeah, I think that's helping. What I should do is tie this into collection. Or did I already do that? Check. Did. So I need text, block, t, meta, meta. I wonder if I put brackets or like parentheses. Could be interesting system. I think that's how I'm going to develop the system is just kind of like tiptoeing my way out and into trying different things, pulling it back, trying different things, pulling it back. Not too far off from how I actually function. I don't like some people work in a straight line. I don't know how. Like, teach me, please. This is one of those things again where I want to make sure I have everything sort of figured out. Because it has to work for all sorts of product types too. So I wonder if I bring boards in. Or they just do conditional visibility of like the category type. Where's the boards? Oh, I think these are the boards. They are. For some reason I opted to put t-shirts as the primary. A little bit of a head scratcher, but what else is products? Yeah. Why would I? Let's see. Yeah, and at this point, like, definitely feel free to ask whatever about anything. I found with web development, I sort of hit a point where things just kind of go off the rails. Like, there's not as much of a return for my effort. So maybe I need to shift to like color grading or something or design something else. But like, yeah, something about like something about this makes my brain melt. See product image over content. So this is where I think I need some planning. So this is only visible if categories equals boards. They're all boards. That's fine. Sure, I just got everything I need in here. Image, the hover content. Okay. Copy paste. Turn this off for a second. This would be duplicate. Call this apparel. Oh yeah. Also, current product. This will be the t-shirt image. Hmm. Hover. Guess the only thing is if I ever want the hover to be bigger than the product, like full tile. Torn if I want that or not. I thought about doing like additional grid lines. I wonder if that's something I do. Maybe I lock in these tiles and then shift to something else. If I do, take a little bit of brain thinking, you know, no promises on how it's going to turn out. Actually, this might be easier than I thought. If I create a grid, I want 3 columns, 3 rows. I want this one to be 0.25. This one to be 0.25. This one be 0.25. No, whatever FR. I don't know what FR is. I'm being entirely honest. 0.25 FR. Then the one piece of content I have. Put this manual location to be 2222. Yeah. Let's see, this is not quite going to plan. Okay. I don't think I can add. I basically want to have like lines. Oh no. I meant to do this for hover content. Ah, not the actual image itself. Fuck, I gotta redo this now. The hover, this is what needs to be a grid. Product image, yeah, this just needs to be view width. Hey, yeah, Mario, I'm here again. Back-to-back days? That was it yesterday? Or was it the day before? It was the day before. I can't keep track. I mean, this is just gonna take a little bit of work. The problem with this doing stuff like this is I'm not totally confident the result is gonna be worth it. It's really not. But I guess there's only one way to find out. Okay. Product tile image. So this needs to be there's 0 and 0. What? This just looks bad. I think I just need to make these 100. I think it's really the width that is. Okay. Maybe we'll be all right. Should probably use min max. I've heard that's the way to go. I really don't use it much. Why is this all weird? Which one did I specify? Let's do this. So all those weird cells is like if you don't have a class name and you have an empty div, it just puts this default size on it so you can select it basically. Width is 100% as well. So what I want to do, probably inadvisable. I probably could have done this with less divs now that I think about it. I could have done it with 4 divs. I want to see if I can do it. Like I'm just gonna lean in on this pin line thing. So this would be 3. Wait, why? One, 3. I mean, this should be 2. It's technically the 3rd cell, but it's the 2nd corner. So if I put this in a div, maybe not do that. Image, file hover. Outline. And this might be too much. I'm not totally sure if this is going to stick around. Hmm. Oh, I think I know what's happening. Let's see. Hover on, hover off. Hide show. Go grid. Wasn't worth it. Terrible. It's terrible. Always work out. The sentiment was okay, but it just does not feel good. Gotta clean this up. Whatever just goes to this. Okay. See, they already have C product image. Changes to C product media. And this is the image. Because media includes the hover and the static. I don't know. Mm -mm. I don't have a hover image specified for the CMS yet. Get rid of this stuff. This will free up some CMS connections. I'm using the external collection to do all the dimensions, which it may end up changing from that to something with product variations, but we'll see. Really need more coffee already. Perils of waking up at 3 a.m. It was like 2:45. Woke up. It's definitely a nap day, I can tell you that. I'm practically a 75-year-old man. Um, So this should be boards, media. Trying to think if there's a world in which these would ever live side by side, because this offset would bother me. And if I want to fix the height of product media, 40 view height. You can already see this problem happening. Mains boards. Oh, that's why. I don't have any apparel products created yet. Call this boards, apparel. It's a little slow and painful. I'll hold. Good. Name did save. Well, this should be hover image. This is the problem with doing like multiple product types differently. Start making a lot of different connections and just kind of 2x your probability something's going to get messed up. So this is, why would, I'm so confused why t-shirt 1 shows up at all. Oh, never mind. I'm being dumb. Apparel. There we go. Apparel. Boards. You're telling me This product is not apparel or a board. Did I not connect the image? This is being displayed. It's not conditional visibility. This one is being hidden off. Okay, so it is working. Ooh. Product media. I just don't know if this is where I should be doing it. I don't think I should mess with that. Mess with that. Specify it from here, product image apparel. If this is the right one, because again, not. This needs to be boards. I'm sure this is slightly painful, but getting there. The board image, we want, it's more the apparel that I'm concerned about. Apparel. And I really don't see a world in which they live side by side. I'd love to be consistent, but I don't know if I see it. The need for it, 40 view height. Actually, no, that's okay. If I can modify the apparel, because this is a board, but it's just has a t-shirt from the main image. So that's kind of where the dissonance, they'll all look like this. And the boards all look like that. Although centered, they have random dead space in the image. Let's see if this works. Cover state's gone. Not seeing tags. Oh, because I don't have any cover images set. Putting random images. Oh, not there. This one. Okay, it works. So what I'm trying to do is just unify the product tiles. So I really only need one master tile that I can just, because of conditional visibility, it can just be dropped into anywhere. And depending on what I set the parent filter as, like what category that is, that's going to determine what products are shown in there. That's why I think it's good that like both can live side by side. Like I don't see the need for it, but you just never know. I don't think it looks bad or compromises either too much by thinking about that at this point, but So this C product tile, although I don't know why that's bored. Oh no. 100%. 100% 24.55. 100% 24.5 view width. Yeah. So that was good that I caught that. I mean, it doesn't really matter if I caught it an hour later. But so I have my two different medias for the different image types. It's really like, it's not that bad if I need to go through and update it. I can just copy and paste the entire module and just reset it. I just need to keep like a source of truth, basically, of like, okay, on the boards page, the first row, like this is always my master template. Ideally, I'm not messing around with anything else anywhere else, but you never know. It's entirely possible. And so this is for the boards. So this is contains fall and contains boards. So I got rid of the t-shirt. So if I go to the home page, where these all are, so these are all going to be boards that, I mean, I can always change these to whatever I want. Like when a next season shifts over, I can just swap this for spring summer 2023 and it'll be all the right boards. But it's not something that can run totally on autopilot. I guess, I mean, I could even take that off and do like most recently modified. I can do sort order by publish date and then limit it to the number of like how many items are in that or that collection or release or whatever you want to call it. But this to me just seems cleaner. It seems like something I could scale outside of this. That solves for specifically this instance, but creating multiple categories and tags. I see categories almost as tags. It's really weird that they don't allow subcategories. You can do it. It's just a pain in the ass to manage. Like if you want to have a collection, if you want to have a storefront, that's its own independent page where you have to tie in all the different categories to it. You have the category page, which is automatically generated. But if you have subcategories, you then have to create a landing page for subcategories. You don't have to. You can. Depends how you want to create your catalog. So then you have to create like nested category that ladders up to that, and you have to create all these weird connections within Webflow. It's arduous at best. So this is this. Thought I already did this, but I guess not. So I have the full width CTA, and then I just changed this filter to should be 1. Yep. You want to find out, are my hover states not working on these or not? My guess is because blend modes. Yep. Look at that fucking thing go. The wrong direction, might I add. It like breaks my whole system of just having one animation for all of the marquees. Excuse me. Um, Plus, if these like coexist with some of like this one, it's weird to have them going in different directions. So I don't know if I just need to change it to like, I don't want to have it say like go or like explore, but maybe that's what I need. I'm kind of shying away from symbols so far, but we'll see if that sticks. Great duplicate. Nope. Had in mind. And should be right there. Yeah. I think with like final content in there, it's gonna look a lot better. Like different boards. Part of me is thinking like for these thumbnails, if you just like hover over laterally and it just like just very like every 10%'s a different image. You just have it mapped to that. And so you can just like fire through and see just like all these the different like the way that model has been applied or like different colors have been applied or different variations. So but that all ladders back up to like how we want to sell the product. Like if we're just going to mass produce like very straightforward and there's no color options unless you go custom. I don't know. I just cannot stop yawning. I apologize. Literally think I might need to make some more coffee. But I want to, I mean, I'm starting to go down this Japanese brutalist sort of approach. I think how I bring in color is kind of like the big color and character. And this kind of stuff's pretty wild. It'd be fun to do what's it called? Like a mouse pan over so you could like draw stuff. Wonder I want to do a test. It's really stupid. I think it's going to be a bad idea, but I'm I think I'm like logistics out doing um all those like conditional visibility type stuff. Like I just want to fuck around and try and do something weird. So I hope you'll indulge me. Can I manually? I can't manually enter. Just have to keep tapping. Keep tapping. Keep tapping. What do I want? 20? Do 20. That's why, yes, I am. Feeling that's not what they're talking about though. Why do I have horizontal scroll on this? Whatever. I think it's because there's no max width, 100 view width. Have you seen kazukinoda.com? I don't think I have. Maybe? Let's see. Nope, I've been here. I'm good. And some of those hover states are pretty sweet. Like how they get that organic edge. I wonder how they do that. That's just like, if that's a video with a mask, and so they like offset the mask. So they actually show the mask and then they have a mask on a slight delay so you see the edges of it. Because that feels really nice. Because it's not just seeing the content, like you see like the blue coming off of it. I'm curious how that was done. I mean, like definitely don't want to paint in broad strokes, but like the general, like the Japanese aesthetic online and like their mentality, again, broad strokes and not applicable to everything, but there's a lot more creativity and like willing to just, I don't know, push it and get weird. Like I don't feel like I find that as much in most like web these days. I don't know if I'm only seeing part of it. I don't know. It could be a very uninformed, cold take on it all. That's WebGL. Yeah, I figured it's WebGL. I just wonder like how they're doing it. Like, is it just like a map? You're doing like a displacement map, so you have like the stuff that's revealing in is like black. It's like a black cloud comes in and it's all masked to like that same like traditional black to white mask. That makes sense. Not that it really matters. I'm not able to do it. It's pure curiosity. Yeah, that's really cool. Like, thanks for sharing that. I mean, I've definitely got some of the same pin lining going on. This is a bit more softer on the edges. Um, I think what I want to do is a bad idea, but little. E div. So this is going to take a minute. Let's call this grid tile working. It's a working tile. 100%. Is that not? Oh, whatever. Could figure it out later. Let's go. I think I broke it. I don't get why. If it's 100, okay, I can do some simple math. 100 view width. Ooh, but it's not. It's 98. 20. 98 divided by 20 is what? 4.9. Height. Uh, okay. We're getting places. A lot more to go. I should probably do a proof of concept before I really see if that's just gonna like crash it. Oh, shit. No, because that was in the input field. Okay, what I want to try. So let's call this grid overlay. Uh, ooh, that's not good. This mic is like right in my keyboard. But it helps me type any better. So what I don't know is if I've set the containing div to pointer event none, but I have an interaction that's dependent on mouse over. Um, mouse over element. That could be crazy. Better would like just, that's too many stations. Let's just try simple first. See what's. Wait, no, I just want interaction trigger. Yeah. But I don't have anything specified. So if I do, let's just do background color red. Isn't that the? Oh no, this is style. That's why. That's what I was thinking about. But there would be off. It's kind of interesting not having it off. That's a bummer that like how do I not mess with the winter events, I guess is what I'm curious about. I don't want to scrap this idea. I think there's something to it. I mean, clearly I'm not going to do a red, like a red panel. That would be a little much. Um, it's cold in here now. So this just needs to go back to 0. But let's put this on a slight delay. 0.5 seconds. It's like a trail. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What happened? I think this needs to be initial state. Shit, I don't know. This would be kind of fun. Like, I don't know how, if this is going to cause a ton of performance problems. Anyone got ideas? Is there a way to pull this off? Because it, like, I was hoping if you remove the HTML, like doing CSS pointer events none, if it was JavaScript that would still allow the hover interaction, but wouldn't block pointer events. Doesn't seem to be the case. I could always stick it underneath and have it be like this background thing. I mean, maybe that's more appropriate. Well, actually, it'll never show up unless there's a gap, I think. Which there never will because this is persistent. I don't understand why. Why is this scrolling out now? Sticky nav. Oh, it's because it's not it. Anybody? I really want to do this. I don't know how. Help. All right. Yeah. Better we go. Here to save me again. So what I want to do is I want to have like this pixel trail essentially. Needs refinement, kind of just proof of concept right now. But I want to be able to do that, but then have pointer events still work. And I tried taking off pointer events through CSS, thinking maybe with interactions it's using JavaScript. This could be a totally ignorant mentality, but that's kind of what I was hoping for. Because if I do pointer events none, like it doesn't register any like hover state, I guess. So can you pointer events none hover interaction? Hover only, it's very easy. Oh, active. Wait, pointer events hover only. Oh, interesting. Maybe this is gonna work. Oh, oh, ah. So if I click and hold, it'll show up. How do I? Can't be the answer, right? This does work, however, it doesn't allow click through to an element. Doesn't require click on the element to disable further pointer events. Without that ugly top layer. Ooh, I don't. Bottom layer hover, top layer. I'm looking at some. How's that thing done? So that's what I don't know. Like, I mean, I can tell you for their Webflow, I don't know technically what it's using to do this. It's basically a grid of divs that have on hover. It seems like it would be a CSS animation. Like on hover, it's transitioning from 0 opacity to 100 opacity. You see, like if I click and hold, I get the link underneath. So it's disabling that, which is good. But I don't know if there's any other, like, I don't know if it's pseudo classes or whatever they're called that I could target. I don't think it's pseudo classes. I just throw out words and, you know, I hope you guys keep me in check. I don't think it's possible to achieve your aim in CSS alone, however, as a contribution, it's easier to jQuery. I don't know if this is really what I'm after. Pseudo classes. That is what I'm after. Hover, active, focus, focus visible, focus within. Matches an element to which focus applies, plus any element. Time dimensional. Holy shit. Go. Enable, disabled, read only. Wow, there's a lot more pseudo classes than I thought. Any link. Element. Filter represents an element that acts as the source anchor of a hyperlink, independent of whether it's been visited. In other words, it matches every A or area element as an href attribute. Thus, it matches all elements. I feel like it has to be some of the user action. Activated by the user. I mean, I wonder. See if a search kind of came up with anything else. Keep hover attribute with pointer events none. Yes, what I want. Cannot have a cookie and eat a cookie. Why not? Just buy 2 cookies. Problem solved. Terrible analogy. Let me publish it. Yes, we go to danc.webflow.io in a second. Excuse me. Yeah, I feel like that would be seems doable. Be funny if I like broke it down and there was like an image, like an 8-bit type image. If like you went really fast, you could like paint in certain areas of the image. I mean, there's all I don't know. I feel like you could do some cool interaction. So, I wonder what other attributes I could do. Name this to off. Cool if you do like background filters too. Well, I guess I could. I just set tile with a background filter. Blur? Sure, why not? Probably should get rid of the fill. It may not work. It gets weird with like background element. Yeah, it's blurring it. I don't know why there's like a delay on it. It's kind of weird. This kind of shit's way more fun to me than I don't know. I can't imagine you guys would want to see me just set up a CMS system. Conditional visibilities. Like, I don't know. Like trying to push or do something interesting with this to me is of higher interest. Curious what's gonna happen here. If I double dip on hover, it's gonna melt down. Let's see. So I can do it through there. It's weird how like the background blur renders. Like I don't know why it has like a shadow to it in some places. I mean, I don't know. I just think there's a lot of potential for this approach. Time consuming. Yeah. Have to do some sort of like Easter egg hidden in here. Just bury shit in the grid. I don't know. It'd be fun. Yeah, I would want to test that on some real shit computers and see how it does. That's a lot of computations. Any luck, Federico? Add CSS cursor properties while using pointer events. Thinking about it. All right. I'm glad there just wasn't an obvious solve. I mean, bittersweet. It'd be nice because then I could do it, but it's also nice that I'm not being really dumb and just missing. Pointer events auto. Pointer events none on the parent element. Fun things can happen. Text changes color if button. However, the button contained in sibling 1, not only does the button light up, there's also text that appears in sibling 2. This text is set to white. I've never heard of pointer events auto. Element behaves as it would if the pointer event's properties were not specified. In SVG content, this value and the value visible painted have the same effect. It's not what I'm after. I mean, maybe this is like a back burner idea. I don't think the background filter is what I want. That's it. I'm like trying to think of like any sort of duplicate layer where one's got one state and the other that's visible has another state. That still comes back to the same fundamental problem. I don't know. What? I don't like this stupid thing. Just fill out the grid? Because why not? How fast can I do it? You want to cry yet, Webflow? That's it? No way, that's a few times as I push paste. Must not be registering if I go too fast. Gonna keep going. We're getting there. Don't want to freak it out too bad by doing too many at once. I'll be pissed if I have to do this again. Come on. Welcome back, Bitmonkey. You did not miss a lot. Trying some weird ideas, for better or worse. Probably gonna crash Webflow. All right. Federico's jamming, seeing if there's a way to do it. Oh, no. Well, over under on where it's saved. I think I got to do it all again. No, the first bit that we were messing around with would still work. Oh, I won't even. It's really pissed at me. Does grid structure from this differ from usual websites? No, not really. Oh shit, it saved all of it. I'll eat my words. Um, no, I mean it's pretty much. Oh, it must have pointer events. None right now. Look at all these stupid things. It's really a 4-column grid for the most part. Pretty simple. Saving is life, especially when doing stuff like this. And like I'm even looking at these cells and I'm like, man, I wish I could do more. Like if I could have like a higher fidelity grid. Is it gonna crash again? No. Oh, we're so close. Has it given up? Nope. Nope. Uh-oh. Come on. I mean, it can't be copied. Oh, that's why. Look at all these stupid things. Copy, paste, paste. Go slow. Come on. Asking too much. If your internet goes offline, does Webflow does Webflow save it? No, it does not. I had this problem the other night. My internet went out. I just couldn't leave the page I was on. It auto saves pretty regularly, so you usually don't lose too much, but sometimes you don't know when you've lost internet connection. Um, so yeah, sometimes like it'll auto save and you shouldn't lose too much. Oh my god. This doesn't seem like I'm asking for this much. And is it really going to get this close and just not be able to do it? This seems like a cruel joke. Is there a cap on how many I can have? I can't have, I can only have 396 of one div. What about drag and duplicate? Uh-oh. We're one closer. Come on. Please just duplicate. It is like at its limit. Oh, come on. Keep going. I bet you this is like great streaming material, you know? This is this is helpful. Oh, well, at least we got this grid up. Maybe if I close this, if I make it a symbol, does that make it better? The symbols are like, what's it like PHP includes or whatever? I don't know. I'm gonna stop guessing stuff. Um, hover grid. Don't crash, please. Hover grid. Is it gonna freak out about other stuff? Ooh. Uh-oh. This is... No, don't put the hover grid in there. That's why it's mad. Wish I could just lock it. Like, don't touch it. Let's see. Works better as a fill. You know, it's just... It's only for the hero. I mean, I was thinking about just fixed positioning it. Which probably makes it even worse performance-wise. I should probably like think small and have it something that's like contained. But I don't know, it's kind of like a nice effect. Oh, come on. What happened? What did happen to that? Background full, opacity 1. Good work. The index on top. I don't know why it stopped working. Hmm. It is picking it up. Hmm. For some reason, it's not changing opacity. Grid tile computed. Opacity 0, which usually you can turn off the opacity. Oh, did I do it to the grid though? Is the problem? Yeah, I did. Okay. I'm just dumb. But clearly there's a better way it could be done. And yeah, I don't know what the performance implications are, but yeah, you can see can't click. The only real solution is to like make sure everything that's clickable sits above it. Or like to put an additional layer of links of content on top. I don't know how that would even work. I could do like an absolute position div on top of everything that's clickable and set the z index above this grid. But then you lose hover interactions. Reminds me of the Surfer magazine. Yeah, I mean it's definitely not too far off. Kind of the vibe I want to go for. Where else is the streaming? So I'm on YouTube also. It's John Way Studio. So I have it, yeah, it's streaming to both. And I don't think there's any way for both chats to interact with each other. Kind of sucks. I can see it. I have like a multi-stream where I can see stuff from both. Does it need to be an interaction versus hover state? I do wonder if there's. I mean, I can achieve the same effect. I was hoping to do a little bit more with it in terms of like timing and everything. Through interactions, it could definitely be a hover state, but I think I'm going to run into the same problem of it conflicting with being able to click on anything. I think that's the biggest problem I see right now. And that's where it's like I've set the pointer events to active. So if I click and hold, I get to see what it'll look like without the hover state. Which I can like click and drag the link, but I can't click it because the second I let go and try and click again, it's gone. Um, Only thing I could think of, no, it wouldn't even work. If I set it to on click, it hides the div. But then you have to like double click everything, basically, which that's a non-starter. I don't think it's crazy, but I'm gonna be pissed. I'm gonna have to like click through everything. Then it becomes less of like a little visual thing and more about like, I don't know. I just wonder if there's like a custom cursor I can do that has like offsets of all these different layers. It wouldn't stick to a grid though, is the problem. I think Timothy Ricks made a video on a similar interaction, the one from Llama Llama. Oh, I gotta go to his like YouTube account. Thing. Hmm. 350 an hour? What? I'm like, this is fucking crazy. 350 a fucking hour for what I mean, good on him if he's getting it. My god. That's just wild. Um is it this thing? Ah, son of a bitch. Like someone's already done it then. I don't even want to do it now. It was like literally just done. What is the Llama Llama site? Have I seen it? What's the domain on it? Llama.nl. Nope. .nl. I hate when this kind of thing happens. Just gonna throw my mouse. So much for original ideas, huh? Just like that. Thank you guys for bringing that to my attention. Ah, this and it has a page transition. What's wild is like this is also similar to stuff I was working on. I was doing some posters. Where is it? I just opened it. Why isn't this here? Interesting. Let's see if I can switch over to Sketch. Sketch? Wrong window. All right, 1 second. So this whole affect thing I'm working on, where is it? Posters. Where is it? It's like the same like rounded type shit. Like the whole idea was like going to be this really like minimal line and grid of like a wave animating towards you. And then there's another version somewhere. Where's the full? Yeah. It like keeps going and then it just loops. I still want to make it at some point. I mean, Llama Llama doesn't own fucking pixelated grids, or maybe they do. I don't know. That's just that bums me out a little bit. What you can do? Yeah, I want to get back to this at some point. This is like the classier version of what I'm doing with the dank website right now, not Photoshop. I'm getting used to this sort of feeling of like doing something, thinking it's original and being like, oh, and just hearing like, yeah, that's exactly like that. It's like that's kind of always like the um I don't know what you want to call it. It's like I don't still going. This just anyone think that's crazy or am I just I'm doing a full website for free. Multiple websites for free. That's just consulting. It's not even doing it. Like what does he charge to do it? Like granted, like his abilities in this world are beyond mine. So I'm not saying like if I were to charge for Webflow, I should be able to charge the same because he has like all this JavaScript experience. Like I don't think he has the design experience, but he's far, far, far better developer. Like I don't even think I can call myself a developer. He's a very talented one. My God, that's a right. Using references often. Yeah, I use references. I like trying so I have a Pinterest board I put everything to, and that's where, like, I know the genesis of where my ideas came from. Um, I like, my whole thing is like, everyone gets inspired by other stuff, but it's my goal is to make something that doesn't have, like, a straight line pointing anywhere else. It's not like, that result, like, yeah, that's like a rip of this, or that's just like this, which we're getting to a point now where it's like, I don't especially web, like, everything's been done on the web almost at this point. I think the web's kind of like a I don't know, like a not a tired medium. It's matured. It's not like the Wild West like it used to. It's good to see people like pushing it and just getting weird again because we now have the technology to do like the old like action script 2 type stuff. But yeah, this is what I do. I just pull in what I'm looking at. Salt. This is like my aesthetic at a high level. It's like sometimes like the way something's done in like something like this. Like I think the where was it? Like where my idea for that cursor came from. Wasn't it one of the punk posters I was looking at? That I don't know. I thought it was one of the posters somewhere where someone drew over the face of someone else. Where is that? I thought it was just here. Hmm. Maybe not. I don't know. It was here. This is still original. The layout is class. Hey, well, thank you, Daniel. I appreciate it, man. Um, it's getting there. It's getting there. Um, there are a lot of references. Often, instead of getting inspired, I get depressed. Any remedies? Oh, so I was just reading, or not reading. I was watching videos about this. Not specific to design, but in general, like a problem that music producers have is they can never finish anything because there's a taste gap. So they know where they want to take it, but they don't know how to get there. And it's just like this invisible wall that you just run up against to like it's not going to be finished because you don't feel like it lives at the same level as your taste. Um how to get over that? I mean, practice and I think being okay with the idea that you know like there's masters amongst us, people who have put in their 10,000 hours in certain disciplines, and to expect to like there's no cheating like time put in. I think that's kind of the great equalizer. There's the people who have natural talent and I think they can ride that for so far, and some people it's like when there's like the cross section of natural talent and hard work, that's when you get those kind of crazy level people. Um but I think it's like making peace with where you're at. Like trusting your eye in the moment. And I look at some stuff on here, like there's for me there's a lot of things like I think some people I don't know. I'm trying to think of how to put this. Yeah, I mean, it's all relative, I guess at the end of the day, because there's stuff I see on Pinterest where it's like my brain doesn't even have the ability to get here. Like, how do you do this? Like I'm 15 years, 13 years in. designing and I look at design, I'm like, I don't know how you do that. Um, and if I don't get there, I don't get there. I kind of just like keep working at it and I keep making things better. And you just get to a point of like, it's the mentality that things aren't ever done, they're just due. And so with that time you had allocated, you did the best you could. And you learn things and like you make the next one better. And I think a sign of that is like looking at old work and finding things you don't like about it. To me, that's when I like come to understand like that's when I'm growing. Is when I hate my own work from like the more recent I hate my work, like if I just put something out like a month ago and I hate it, like that means I've grown quite a bit in that month and I think that's a good thing. It sucks to see that work I hate out in the wild, but like if you see big picture and aim long, it's like I think that's another thing is just like play the long game. Like you know, give everything your best, but like there's some people that are just going to be tough to match and that's just a reality of it. Like until you get there, and again there's going to be the people who haven't put the time in who are just natural, or there's going to be the people who've put the time in and you'll get there eventually. Like I don't think I'm a natural designer. I think I just worked my ass off for it. I think I'm much more like a photographer creative type. I don't know. There's just people who have like a natural gift and I don't. I've just worked. I don't know. So depends how bad you want it. Like if you want to put the time in, you could do it. I honestly I really think I'm living proof. Like I've gone all in on my creative work and I'm by no means on these people's level. Like there's definitely a taste gap between the stuff I like and what I make. It's very clear to me. Um but it's closing. Like every time I spend more hours on it, getting there. You know, there's no instant gratification. What do I want to do? I don't want to do more CMS stuff. I think that'll make everyone who's here just leave immediately. So what, anything you'd want me to work on as I get everything up? I'm down to gonna do whatever right now. I've gotten a lot of like the web stuff. I've made good progress. Um Stream is breaking. I haven't gotten any drop frames. I wonder if that's on your end? Because also, what's his name? Kashar was saying it was going okay when you were having problems earlier. So, um, yeah, I'll keep an eye on it though. Maybe I need to modify my bitrate regardless. That could be something worth looking at. Yeah, you're welcome. Hopefully, I don't mean to like wax poetic and just ramble, but that's how I've looked at it, and that's kind of. I think you just subscribed or followed today, which thank you. Um, but like all I do is like I just give context. I don't like telling people what to do. So however you want to action that, that's kind of your prerogative. I really don't um I don't feel like I have business telling people what to do. Where is it? I wonder if I can do something on theme with the like a cross type thing. And then these sat on the middle. I think I'm hard coding all the styles on that though. That's why it's kind of bugging out. I don't care about that width. I just don't know how I'm going to center this is the problem I have. Height, how's this calculated? Okay, height. Fifteen view height? Close. 10's not enough. Well, so the foundation, so stuff like this, um, like whatever your like most interior element is kind of like your foundational piece. So I'm trying to figure out how tall to make this so it accommodates this. So this is view width. So then whatever the height should be is back in view width. So then it'll match same, but it's too tall. So then there's 10 right there. Shit. Yeah, so heights and view width. Oh yeah, there's my answer right there. It's 10 because it's two lines, both at 100 view width. I guess I got to do it from here. E slider number. I'm exploring doing more styling through like parent divs. I think is the better way to do it. Really? What? How? Let's see. Well, sometime if you say what to do to people can be taken as guidance. Yeah, I think like that's why I'm sort of I try to choose my words carefully and not sound like, hey, you need to do this. It's kind of like if that's what you want to do, this would be my suggest this is what I would do. And from my I just draw on my experience and kind of how I would take what's done in the past and look forward from that. And it's for sure a very fine line of like if you want to do this, then do this. But I'm also not telling you to do that. It's kind of from my perspective. This is where like it's probably just like a nuanced thing in my head that maybe people don't interpret the same way. Um, but yeah, like whatever I say, like definitely don't take it as like that's the edict. It's if you trust me and you're open to other things, like for whatever reason, if you want to action on that and agree with that, great. Like I just don't want any responsibility whatsoever. Like take what I say, evaluate it if it if it aligns with your perspective and what you want to do and you think it might be something that's actually good for you, like that is 1,000,000% your call, not mine. I don't know most people in this stream very well, so I don't know like I don't have like the background and context to tell people what to do. Like I feel like that requires a personal connection to someone to understand how they work, what their value systems are. Because I can only speak like how they affect mine. Like, honestly, dude, thanks for sharing your thoughts on this. I really needed it. Hey, of course. Happy to help however I can, man. Um, yeah, any other like questions? I mean, I'm happy to kind of chat. Like, I like this is a safe space. You can ask me whatever. Like, I really here to help. That's kind of why I started streaming. JW.S hover grid dot made a whole Webflow project. Man, it works. Yeah, I don't know if you saw, but there was the whole llama, or I think you're part of that. The llama. I'd be curious how to do it. I wonder if I could apply something like this at a smaller scale. Yeah, it could be something to apply like in little corners. I think the way I had envisioned doing it, um, I think it's too close to what that Llama Llama site is doing. I mean, it's short of the rounded corners. It's exactly the same, which is sad. There might be a world in which I could do something different with like grid lines, but then it just feels like a rip off of what they're doing, and I don't like having that straight line, and that's a pretty straight line. What was the trick to making it work, if you don't mind me asking? This would be 5 ULIP? Not. This would need to be minus 7.5 pixels. What? Yeah, there's no rush. Yeah, if you need a second, definitely take your time. Yeah, happy to be a distraction from your work. I mean, who wants to work as I'm working? Actually, I do really want to work. This shit is fun. And thank you everyone who's here. Like, appreciate it. I mean, kind of a weird morning. I've been live for across both streams. I think it's almost been like 6 hours. Fun. Where are my figure out where the styling for the carousel indicator is. I think it's right here. Should be 15. So the inactive is 12. Make it 4 pixel increase, so it's 2 pixels on each side. Right 0. Solid black. Well, I noticed the indicator disappeared that was here. Yeah, but it's here. It's kind of interesting. Probably makes more sense as like a fade between. Why is everything so slow? I'm going to try saving and refreshing. Maybe it's still mad at me from my little grid exploration. Oh, it's not on the page anymore. Oh. Oh, didn't load in. I've been getting all sorts of like up in the top right. Sometimes you get banners from Webflow talking about like little notifications of what's going on. And they had things about CMS powered sliders or sliders in general. Like you couldn't edit content. I got to figure out how to get like this hover. Like the transform origin's got to be middle. Where's the CSS preview? Yeah, this is what I want. I need to stop complaining on stream. I got a lot of bad habits on here. I don't need to subject you guys to that. 2022, the year I stopped complaining. Doubtful, but I just wonder if the scale. I don't know what to do about that one. Okay, all code needed is in the of basically it's no negative z index and just having the clickable element actually on top of the slow fade out of the Interesting. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, I think the slow fade out definitely does the trick. Llama. Feeling my thunder. Just where is the is it because hmm. I'll get that to work eventually. See slide. Wow, this thing is really tough go. This is crazy. I've never seen it perform this poorly. Yeah, it'd be nice if it could just like stay. Like the hover scale shift is really. It's still transform origin the top, which I don't, which clearly means it's not registering the input. Bummer. And I can definitely make the transitions nicer through interactions. But I think as like a gallery element, like if that center one could just always sit, whatever's active sits in the middle, but I don't know if I can control that with variable width. Not unless I like create combo classes with offsets and position. So if I create like C slide nav combo class 4, then I can add like right padding or something whenever it has 4. That's when it would sit in the correct spot. Which is probably something I'll absolutely forget to update. Which again, it's not the end of the world, but that's like that kind of stuff I don't think I want to do on stream. Unless there's like a request for me to struggle through that. I think the idea is there, and that's really my goal right now is to just get ideas down of like and slowly start building out this visual language. About page, I don't really have content for. I need a badge. Like a contact form too. That's a problem. Should be, oh, this is. It's on top of logo. I think the system of like scrolling is good. Like images are the ones that do the warp. Images and video, any media does the warp. This kind of bugs me. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do some adjustments there. Hmm. That is not a t-shirt. I do miss the anchor nav being front and center, but it's just, I don't know if it needs to sit like right here. Hmm. Random. I mean, that's not where I'd finally position it, but I mean, initially I had it bottom right. That's probably the most realistic. It's not really even lighting up right now. Go boards, I think it should. Just underwhelming, what I would say. Hmm. I swear, I think that I'm gonna get rid of this. I swear that's like causing phantom problems. Probably not, but C list products. So this is filters, category, contains boards. I know this is more CMS stuff I said I wouldn't do, but I'm just kind of trying to cover off some of this stuff. Question is, how do I mark boards retired? Oh, so it could be name does not equal, no, category does not equal whatever the most recent is. I feel like that's going to be a pain though. No, shouldn't be too bad. Yeah. So retired models is not something that's going to happen for a while anyways. Still can't figure out how to split audio. There was like a 20-minute YouTube video and it was all about doing it for PC. And unfortunately, I just don't have the time right now to dive in on audio for hours. Let's check the serve. See what we're looking like. It's better. It's still terrible. Tiny. What happened? Doesn't seem like it's in the cards. Welcome to LA. It's like, what is all this boat wake? What is going on here? But it's always crowded. Doesn't matter how good it is. You'll see like closeouts for the whole stretch. Be like thousands of people out. All right. Anyways, board finder. That's something I want to definitely get into. I may take a break for a little while. I need to eat something. Almost 11. Yeah, maybe I'll have. I don't want to kick around a couple ideas and do something a bit more creative than do all the CMS stuff. Because I think that's like, it's interesting if you want to do it, but I can't imagine there's a ton of people who really want to do it. I don't know. Yeah, plus I'm on hour 6. Pretty good. Almost full day's work. Yeah, I'm gonna jam on this, figure out a plan, and then I'll be back sometime this afternoon. Whatever time that is where you're at. Probably like I gotta do something at 5. Maybe I'll come back on around like 2 and do 3 hours. Yeah, maybe it'll be more like more art direction than web, but whatever you guys want to see at that point. So, all right, everyone, thank you for coming through, putting up with me. Hopefully that was somewhat helpful or interesting. Lots of complaining, lots of confusion. I'm aware. I'm gonna get better. So, all right. Well, thank you, and I will be back in a couple.